Okay. Hi, Ruth. Thank you. Aaron's still feeling sick, but a little bit better, and I think I'm just now getting sick. Why is my circle so small? Yeah, he's sick, and I'm just now like really getting it. So I have 0 energy, so it's another hair in a bun, and we'll do a face mask kind of day. Thank you, Linda. I'm going to give people some time to get in. Let me send out my invites, and then we'll get started. Where'd this? Okay, here it goes. Good morning, guys. I'm just sending out my invites. Just give me a minute or so here. Okay, so why did it go backwards? Okay. Is it cloudy there? That's how it was yesterday. I have no idea how it's today. I've been like completely checked out. Thank you, Julie. All I know is it was storming yesterday. I had 0 energy. I literally spent the day momming Binks while he was sick. I was in full mama bear mode. Hi, Peachy. How are you? Good morning, shower. So, really? Well, I hope it passes soon. I do. Let me see if we have any immediate headlines before we get going here. The Minneapolis mass shooting suspect has been arrested. So we have that update. I wonder if my picture being so small is going to have an effect with me being like here. I don't know. I'll have to make sure I'm at least show movement on this one. Good afternoon. You guys, my energy is just zapped. I just don't have it. Okay. Good afternoon. How are you? How many of you kept your oath, your juror oath, since the other day? How many of you have not played a single video, a single news clip about this case? Thank you, Pitchy. And I guarantee it's not been easy to do that, right? There have been a lot. And I've really wanted to click them. Really badly wanted to click them. There was just a shooting in Orlando, a police-involved shooting. I know, trust me. Trust me, I've been having that problem too. I wanted so bad when I landed in Live on the FOP to stay, but I haven't. I know. Me too. Me too. It's been crazy. Okay, you guys get to pick. Do we do an April skin or a Medicube face mask today? Medicube or April skin? Both of them, you leave them on for an hour to 3 hours. Until they go clear, which you guys know they go clear pretty quickly. Now, I do not think she's guilty. Now, before we started this trial, I had seen like pictures of her, and for some reason, I just thought guilty. But that is really bad to do that, and because I have a resting bitch face, I look that way too sometimes, all the time, let's just be honest. Yeah. With everything, okay, first of all, a judge calls a mistrial, and then she proceeds over the retrial. The second, no, and she's leaning too much favoritism towards the prosecutor. You're not supposed to be giving him legal advice. You're not supposed to tell him how to fix his questioning. You know, Rachel, do you think she's guilty? I do too, Ruth. And you know what they say? They say that people that don't have resting bitch face, well, it sucks for them because they'll get wrinkles from smiling too much. You say, yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I fully believe that there should be some, at least 3 arrests for lying under oath, and to the grand jury under oath as well. You cannot have people coming in as witnesses and testifying and perjuring themselves, not only to the court, but to the FBI. We have new stickers, by the way, guys. And I made some that I thought that you guys will love. We have liar. And I didn't make pants on fire, but I made it with flames, so you guys got the effect. We have squirrel. For Michelle's squirrel moments. I know. We have shut it, Hank. Good old Hank that just doesn't know how to shut it. And for our sister wives, we have Mr. Jackson with the nice rose behind it. I know it's hard to see if your vision is like mine. I don't think she did it. Thank you, Ruth. We also have, I think we have one more. Oh no, we have 2 more. We have a new not guilty. We have, I thought I updated that Karen Reed one not guilty one. I did one for Karen Reed, but it looks like I forgot to hit save, and it's the old Karen Reed one that I had done the same day. Because I found a better picture for her. I remember the first day covering this, someone came in and like, why is it that you guys always pick the worst picture? And I'm like, this is just the best picture I could find at the time. Okay, so I didn't save it. I'll go back and save it. But those are our new stickers, guys. We have all the new stickers. See? It's a conspiracy, I tell you. Danny, I don't know. We're the virtual jury, so we don't know. We keep our oath. But the way that we heard it in the courtroom was those taillight pieces were not around John at all. The first walkthrough. It wasn't until the investigators start going through. But that's something we could talk about when we're in deliberations. Thank you for the follow. Aren't you guys ready to get started? I think we should see maybe a couple, 2 or 3 people in handcuffs at the end of this, and it's not, I don't think it's Karen. I believe Jen McCabe needs to be in handcuffs. I believe Carrie needs to be in handcuffs. I believe that there's possibility that this judge should be investigated, and there's other people that might need to be in handcuffs too. Like, how deep does this go? And that's just my opinion, guys. Anything I say in here is just an opinion. All right, let's get started.
The parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Giannetti? Yes, please. Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
Who wants to see you? What's going on? This is outside the jury. Did you? Yeah, we are alternates here. Yes, 100%. That's what all Alberts too. And they got rid of their phones too, Michelle. Add that to the list. They got rid of those phones right after this too. You almost had all of them. So they get rid of their phones. They delete the messages that were on the phones. They get rid of the dog. They get rid of the house. Yeah. You guys have seen the video. I don't know if you guys were in here the last time we were in court, which would be Wednesday. Today's Friday. Yeah. We showed a video from Waterfall, and it shows a bit of an altercation between the men. It does. I'm hoping that that's one that they'll be showing today. They didn't show it on Wednesday, right? They briefly talked about it, but they didn't get details into it. You know, I have questions about that one. I'd have to read that one, Sandra. You would think if they're going to be doing sidebar before we even get started that maybe they're saying, hey, we think you should recuse yourself. Or, you know what? There's some perjury charges that need to be brought. Which mask do you guys want me to use? Medicube or April Skin? Which one did we use last? Wait, was this open? The last one we did was April Skin. We start this just from this morning. We start late so we can fast forward through all the breaks. And the fact that nobody came out of the house either. You have someone that is deceased laying in your yard, and that's your friend, and you don't come out. And I don't know about you guys, and I've heard many people bring up this topic, so the original thought wasn't mine, but what situation do you know when an officer is down, no matter what way, and you don't see the police all responding? That just doesn't happen. Exactly, that's what I was getting ready to say. Yeah. Okay, let's do another April Skin one, because I think Samantha said she didn't see that one. Now, April Skin is it's actually Medicube. It's their own company, so it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, and you got Jen in there, and she wouldn't outright say that she didn't see her hair done. It's the past two trials. We did Daybell and then we did this one, and both of them felt like they weren't actually trials, but we were watching movies, and I feel that way now too. And then we find out that when the FBI said they were coming, she called and notified 5 people. That's not shady. I don't know what is. Now, one difference with this April Skin mask, it has the little... You know how when you get certain soaps, they have the little dots in them? Like the little beads. It's got little beads in it. It'll be hard to see through the camera, but it's got little beads in it. This is the one you leave on 1 to 3 hours. And when you're putting it on, keep the plastic and keep the baggie that it comes in, because after you take the mask off, you'll want to take all that serum that's inside and put it all over your face. Not like that, you know what I mean? So we're going to save all of this for When this goes invisible. Well, transparent. You know what I mean. So when this goes transparent. Oh, you and me both. I still want to know what the sidebar's for. Yep, 100% Mrs. Doubtfire. 100%. When you're not feeling good and you don't want to do your makeup, you don't want to do your hair, do a little self-care. Sadly, it's like the last 3 lives I felt horrible. Now it's just, but today's worse. I think so too, Marissa, but that is just my opinion. Please remember to state in my opinion, guys, or IMO. I don't want people saying that we're saying misinformation and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, we got a flash goal, guys. The flash goal we have here is if we could get 20 people to each send one heart me, just one each, I'd greatly appreciate it.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Yeah, we're waiting for that, weren't you?
And actually, I'll see you about scheduling on it.
Thank you, thank you. You guys were waiting for this when you're ready to knock it out. We only need, how many more do we need? Let's see. Show me the numbers. We need 11 more. So if I get 11 people to send one heart me each, that's just one coin. That is our challenge from the Tiki Taki for the day. The flash challenge. Flash goal. I still need to remember to look into this. Thank you, Bia. Thank you, thank you. You guys, this means so much to me that y'all are doing this. Thank you. This will be our 6th time. If we beat this goal, if we make this goal, this will be our 6th time.
Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
And my backup just helped us out. Okay, good. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Parker. Good morning, Arctic Fox. Good morning, everybody. Susan, I see you. We got new stickers. Subscribers, there's new stickers. Some case-relevant ones.
Tori.
We've got our Mr. Jackson with the rose. We've got our Shut It Hank. We've got our squirrel. Yep. And we got our Not Guilty. And our Not Guilty Karen Reed one. Where we go? Okay, so we got Liar as well. I couldn't make Pants on Fire, so I made it Liar in Flames. Shut It Hank, Not Guilty, Mr. Jackson, Not Guilty Karen. So these are our new stickers. Those are our sub-only stickers. If you guys want to join and you want to use those stickers and you don't know how, just let us know. We'll help you. They're on their 3rd break and they haven't even started yet? Oh, no, the jury's coming in. Okay. I'm glad that you're feeling better, Arctic Fox. I'm glad you're feeling better. We got to stick together, us painies, huh? We're all in pain here. We need 2 more. So if I could get 2 people who have not sent the heart me's to send one each, this goal will be done and knocked out of the park. If we get just 2 of the heart me's, it only costs 1 gold coin. Or one, I don't know if it's a gold coin. It's a coin, 1 coin. I agree with you 100%, Arctic Fox.
For the record, before the court is Kamal versus Karen Reed.
We need 2 more heart me's.
The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right.
Thank you,
Good
Tina.
morning,
Thank you.
Counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow
Thank
my
you, Mrs.
instructions and refrain from
Q.
discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Thank you, thank you.
Everyone said yes and no.
1 more.
Were you also able to
1
follow
more.
my instructions and refrain from doing any independent
1.
research or investigation into this?
Just 1.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So So today is a full day, we will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:40. All right.
Who will be the
Mr. Jackson,
chosen
if you
one?
go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
One. Just one. One heart me. Just one. Thank you so much. We did it. That is our 6th time completing a flash goal, you guys. Thank you so much. Still, I don't really know much about the themed reward, but we'll figure it out. I've been feeling like crap, but we did it. Me too. Me too. I'm right there with you, Michelle, and I love your name. We have a few Michelles in here today. Thank you guys so much for helping me do that flash goal.
Good morning, good morning.
If you want to use those stickers, that's that goal below.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back
Thank
to
you for the follow.
the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fair. Do you have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right.
That's your husband.
I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know
This
that
will be the
because of
third.
a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25,
That's your husband
or
too.
to
huh?
783 lines 1
Good
through
morning. How are you?
13 or so.
Samantha, did you see I did the squirrel sticker? We got our
Actually,
squirrel
went
sticker.
3.
It's not our stalker squirrel. Until I get another shot, it's going to have to be that one.
782 going to 783. May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Happy Friday. You ready for court, babe?
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little
Okay.
bit,
Oh, just
up to line
asking.
20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying, I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think. I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe it?
Okay, I'll look at it. Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
She had a whole day and a half to prepare for everything she was going to be questioned for again. Every day that she's been on that stand, she's gotten time. She's gotten time for them to give her a heads up, say, hey, you're doing this bad, you're doing this bad, you're about to perjure yourself, you already did, but you're about to get caught, all that. Ah,
May I approach?
Yes.
I think she is too.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45.
I see what I read, sorry.
I
I
know.
saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the
It's a
question
different
was,
outfit
so the
or
dark
different
SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the
It
transcript
looks like it.
indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Maybe she's just that good
Can
at
you
it. I
answer
don't know.
that? Is that,
That I saw it at that time.
ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what it was.
He gets paid to keep doing so. So that's what makes him a good defender, doing his job for his client. So I would hope he keep asking until he got her to answer too.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about
You think she thought up?
with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, which
Yeah, they do all get paid one way or another. They get paid. You don't have a public defender that doesn't get paid by anybody. Everybody gets paid.
she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
She's been getting snippy lately, huh? Yeah, the other day too.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at
No spoilers, please, guys.
I'd like to take a look at it, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't get if he took the case pro bono. I don't get what that matters.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Hi, Patricia. How are you? That is true. I probably would be too. But then again, I wouldn't be caught perjured either. Or lying to the FBI. And it hasn't been solid because she's gotten breaks several times. Solid would mean 3 whole days. So don't forget that part. Thank you, Danny. Sorry, guys, I'm not feeling too well, so this Spicy Michelle is on the surface. Hey, I'm getting what Aaron's had. So I'm having trouble keeping my inner bitch down a little bit.
May I approach?
I agree with you, Samantha. Right, Monica?
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called.
You want to do this right now? We can do this right now. Why would she lie? I don't know because we're the virtual jury. What I know is what she's testified to so far. She's lied to the FBI. If you want a refresher, we could do this. I've got my pages and notes. But just be sure you want to do this.
Called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
All right, come on up.
I think a reason someone would have to lie is because there's a truth they want to hide. She may not even know what she's hiding. No, this is actual evidence, honey. I don't know if you've not been watching. Do you want to do this? She said she didn't contact anyone before the FBI agents interviewed her. When she in fact went back and said they proved that she contacted 5 people, 2 of them were other witnesses. One of them was the local police officer there. We had her contact Brian, Albert, Matt, Carrie, Peggy, and the DA's office. So that's just one thing. But she didn't inform them. She said, no, I didn't call nobody, didn't do nothing. And then we have her saying that no dog was seen, her not wanting to answer that. She lied about that. They finally got it out of her. And the dog was aggressive. She also texted Julie Nagel and asked for a screenshot. There's so many things. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's so many things with these witnesses. And it's not just one person, that's the thing. It's several of the witnesses that had been called to the stand. They have found out that they perjured themselves, whether it be there or in the grand jury. And that looks really bad. Not only does it look really bad for the court, but it looks really bad for each person that perjured themselves and the penalty that could go along with it. And they're already barring again. I think one of the biggest one for me, though, was when she said she didn't contact anybody. Thank you, Smalls. That's the one for me. She said she didn't contact anybody. And not only did she contact 1, 2, but 5 people? Tina, that's where I'm leaning to, honestly. But not only did she contact people close to her, she even contacted the DA's office. I know it was victim advocacy, but why lie about it then? It's accountability. It's that. And they have to hold them accountable. I'll never change my stand on that.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same
That one too.
events concerning that 453 phone call
Where's
and the
my
calls that
phone?
you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes,
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen, we got
see.
Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, then I called Tom Beatty,
YouTube.
correct?
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. time.
You're welcome.
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
Before.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
doing?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
And let's not forget how she did not tell the grand jury, I did it, I did it, I did it. She did not tell them that either.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me, and then I can review
Okay.
it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. Cave, are you not? Okay.
Go ahead and answer that question. Answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah. Refresh your recollection of what this transcript. Sure. 188, 189.
Thank you.
But she knows what the consequences.
The record would refresh your recollection of the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
I mean, how many times has she already been caught perjuring herself? Is this gonna be... I mean, how many separate charges could she get then? Okay, again, guys, we're serving as the virtual jury. Please respect it here, okay? Well, that is where that's where we differ, Michelle.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
But I can respectfully disagree with the person.
Recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning.
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
That's right, sure does,
So
Michelle.
in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications,
Thank you,
and the
Lucy.
grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning. You didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah? Finish? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning, at the grand jury, you didn't even have your recollection refreshed then. You said, talk to Karen Reed.
The microphone, Mr. Jackson, please. I can't hear it either.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
He
It
did.
shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I am first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
I cannot believe this
Later
is
that
actually
morning,
happening in a courtroom.
January 29th. But by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something?
He sure is.
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually it was, I think maybe that Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll
Thank
come
you,
to
Lynn.
you, or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up, and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
I don't know.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to
Do
my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told
I
him
knew
with
you
that
would.
regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where it indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. Yes.
The objection is sustained and going to.
Of course it is. I personally believe she's not guilty
You also told
based on the evidence here.
Okay, can we come to second, please?
Another sidebar asked by Hank. This is, I think, one of my favorite stickers now. Shut it, Hank. Just shut it. I know, exactly. How does somebody get the wounds where he got them if he was hit? No. Guys, please remember, when you're stating things as if they could be fact, please put IMO after it, or in my opinion. That's what it stands for. I greatly appreciate it, because a lot of people come in here and I don't want them to say that I'm saying something. If someone says it's wrong, they'll be saying in Michelle's chat, she's letting misinformation fly. I just am not here for that. I'm not. That's right. And it's a heavy burden to bear, and I don't think they have the back for it.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during the same interview, you also
you,
told
Joanne.
Trooper
How are you?
Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving
sure.
back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she may have broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay.
I'm not sure
I know
on
that's
why
what you
the
testified
sidebar
to
either.
now. What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
I don't know that answer. This is the only case I've ever seen that a defendant gets to go to sidebars. The closest we would get would be Lori Dabo when she was representing herself, but that was a headset sidebar. And then we got good old Sarah Boone when she was her own self-appointed person, or not self-appointed. She got forced into it because she wouldn't follow the rules. But I don't know the reason for Massachusetts. Maybe it's something they have there, something we can Google on a break.
But in fact, you
Thank
did
you,
not tell
Lynn.
Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up.
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
No, we start late. That way we don't have to sit here through all the breaks.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Yes,
You know
today.
that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Don't worry if you guys missed any other day. After the live's over, I put it up on my YouTube. Michelle's Criminal Musings. The link's in my bio. So all the other previous days are up there, with my commentary, of course.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observation of the taillight that day, is that right?
I have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you
It's a
told
yes
Trooper
or
Proctor
no.
on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Hi,
Is it
Copper.
true that what you actually
How are
said
you?
is We got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
Please tell us if she said missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen the notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description? To take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's the same.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember
Jen, it's not worth it. Your pride is not worth perjury. Please keep it in mind.
her saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
Welcome to
I
the
do
team.
not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Thank you,
Those are
CS.
his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
Yes, we
Would it
can.
refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Mr. Jackson, back to the microphone, please. We need to keep track of how many new perjury possibilities there are. We
As you
already
sit
had
here
one
today, are you
today.
telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
Thank you for the
You could have told
follow.
him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and
Right.
another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
Thank you for the follow.
It's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told me that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way.
That's second of the day. Crack in taillight.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of
Right, Kathy?
the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, we just start the day a little bit late so we could fast forward through the breaks. But this is today. She likes the color blue, I guess.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
He's eating her alive. Okay, that maybe didn't
Thank
sound
you.
right to some people. He is demolishing her. You're welcome. Yep, getting grilled. 100% getting grilled.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping save me for that one, Candace. Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point, just tell me what is that? What are we looking at?
This is looks like a group chat.
It looks like a group chat, or it
Me and my
is.
sister Nicole. Oh no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Yes.
I just want to be abundantly clear. I have a horrible memory, so I'm not saying I will be better, but I believe hers is selective. Two possible purgers already today, Joanne. She called her sister Nicole and didn't mention that she did. But there's no answer. The second was a crack. She said there was a crack in the tail light. But
Did you
now
have
she's
to
saying
catch
there was a
the
missing
date
piece.
of these chats? I just
I-
got away from it. I apologize.
That's okay, I didn't know.
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of these?
I've got an extra copy for myself. Look at that.
Thank you.
Do you know the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I think if you would appreciate it.
Why don't I see it side by side?
Why do you want to see them at sidebar when they want to put something into evidence? Again, we need someone to keep track of the numbers of times we look at the fan, because if I'm remembering correctly, this is number 4 already, and we've just gotten started. Well, we've already got her on 2 possible purgers today alone. She has to know by this point, it's not a matter of arguing with your pride. Just admit, I said it wrong. I agree with you there. I do agree with you. I've never seen a judge this invested to dive in, and then she gives them advice of how to rephrase something to get around the way that they're not supposed to ask it. You're not supposed to give legal advice as a judge. You're just not. We know that from Daryl Brooks, don't we, guys? Come on. What is the yellow on their ceiling? That's weird. That's a good question. Remember, we're the virtual jury, so we can only go so far. Yeah, and not people that are defense attorney. Or, I'm sorry, district attorney. Sorry. When somebody's prosecuting a case, they don't need a helping hand. That's why they get the big paycheck. But there is a clear favoritism that is being seen. Yes. You would think by now somebody would have strolled into that court and ordered her to recuse herself, or had some conversations. There's no way that this should be allowed to happen. Yep, she does that every single time she's getting in trouble. There's a sidebar to give her time to, I don't know. He's starting to feel a little bit better, but not very much. Now I'm starting to get it. I believe they should too. I think Jen got scared when the FBI started asking her questions. That's why she picked up the phone and called 5 different people. Oh, they don't have to leave the door open. The other people already turned the key and it was unlocked and cracked. I'll bet you anything that if this ends up where Karen does get an innocent, I bet you anything the prosecutor is going to say, this was not my fault. I was forced to take on this case. This case was a mess. No, I do not. Which my initial reaction. I don't even know why I do this. I'm admitting that I did it though. When I looked at her picture and I saw the headline, for some reason in my head popped, she's got to be guilty. I don't know why even, but I did. On opening statements, that day I have 5 pages of notes. My opinion changed that day. And it's only gotten stronger and stronger as every witness that they've brought up has been, they've mopped the floor with them. And we have how many that have perjured now? It's not a good look. It's not a good look, and they're still trying to push it. When you got one person that perjures and you don't do anything as the judge, and then you got 2, and then you got 3, and you're still just presuming on as if it's business as usual. My understanding, Monica, and we're only doing this as a virtual jury, guys, keep that in mind, please. My understanding that it was when the first cop walked through, there was nothing there. It was when the second one walked through that's when they found the pieces of the tail light. And don't forget the DNA that was on John's shoe was of 5 different people. None of it was Karen Reed. I'm not certain of that yet, Lee. I don't know for sure, so I'm not going to say one way or another. But I will say this. With the way that this case has spread, as many people that are watching and talking about it now, you better believe somebody higher is seeing this. The question is, do they have their hand in the proverbial cookie jar? Or are they going to take this gross misjustice and do what needs to be done with it? I don't know. Maybe they're trying to figure out a way to, who knows? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm hoping that that's not the case. So I didn't want to say it because I'm hoping that's not the case. And I don't usually say that I feel like a certain way about a judge either, but this is not, I've never seen anything like this, ever. She should read either which way. She should sue every single one of them. And she should file against them. You have a mistrial, and then the same judge is in the next trial too? That's not supposed to happen. There's laws that are supposed to protect us from what's happening right here. The medical examiner wouldn't even rule his death as a homicide. This never should have even been made a case. Not without more evidence, not without anything more concrete. We're supposed to be protected from this kind of stuff happening. So we should all be making note of it. Every single one of us. Because you never know if it one day, heaven forbid, turns into one of us that are sitting in her situation. You think you really know people, right? Right, but there wasn't any. There was nothing. That's what I don't get. It scares me too. It scares me too. I mean, just think of any of our loved ones could be put in this situation. Any one of us could be put in this situation. If they don't do something about this, it's going to send the message that this is okay to do, and that is a problem.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit. Yes.
Okay, they let the exhibit in. That's good.
Thank
You're
you.
entitled to your
Thank you,
opinion,
Honor. Before I
Scooby-Doo.
proceed,
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read
She's not
a lot
happy.
of text messages the other day. I
didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before
Thank
you
you for the
consider any
follow.
electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly
Thank you for the follow.
between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you
Jen, for a really tan person, you're looking pretty pale right now.
do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear
That's
about
not
these
her.
text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them
jury.
solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed
I'm
to do.
wondering.
Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
They're going through text messages just now, starting with her and her sister.
The witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
This no. This is a face mask. This is the April Skin face mask. I do these during my lives. Everybody should worry about self-care, in my opinion. I didn't get that, but now I do. That was way over my head. Thank you for helping me out there.
Ms. McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No, the prosecutor is. She allowed
Ms.
it.
McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting with that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see
Thank
at the
you for
very
following.
top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
Oh,
The last four
shit.
digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to
Listen.
your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wolf, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:50. I'm sorry, 7:56 or 58. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister Nicole
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
I'm sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does the text say?
Any
Me too.
update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
I think the district attorney should be writing all this down because this might be his next case. It might be from McCabe. Never know.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Agree.
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
We'll get more info tomorrow.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister? And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up in just a moment.
That's a good one. Gotta run home and change that timeline.
One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page.
Thank you for
in
the
other words,
follow.
top text on the page was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
Thank you for the follows, guys.
8 pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I don't know how you send texts that look more suspicious.
And let me know when you're finished.
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Here we go. I agree, CB. Shannon, I agree with that as well. I agree. That's what she should do, Kathy. That will be her best option right now, but she's not going to do that. Her pride won't allow her to, in my opinion. Jen, you're losing your color again. She's starting to go pale. What are in those texts, Jen? No, they didn't. As a matter of fact, her exact words were, I love John. I liked Karen. So far, we're at 2 possible purgers today alone. Will we have 3? I don't know. She has to pre-read them before the question comes. Thank you for the follow, John's girl. She is married. It's on several on YouTube. I'm pulling it from his YouTube. Well, Latasha, think of it this way. Nobody came out when that was their fellow officer. They didn't come out of that house. They stayed there the whole time inside.
May I stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I
McCabe?
do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask this before. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, Matt McCabe.
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake, Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay, and does this,
We are virtual because we're on the internet. That's why it's virtual.
appear to be a group chat that was engaged between among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm gonna try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5:30 then.
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
Thank you for the follows.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah, February 1st, yeah. Okay, yeah,
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
yes.
Coach?
No, we're the self-appointed ones.
Say, for identification or inevitable.
In the edits,
Same objection, Mr. Bennett?
please.
Yes, that concludes.
I'm vacuuming the street and everything.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to being fixed.
I'm mopping the grass, anything to be out there. My nosy ass is
Permission to
looking.
publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize.
Same.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes,
Does it appear to be the same thing?
yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you could orient, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes,
12:50 noon,
noon, yes,
just before 1 p.m.
yes.
What does that say?
Julie said Channel 4 is Indiani.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert is, explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is Indiani.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Delaware?
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Hell, I'd want to know what was going on so much. I'd be out there under my snow umbrella and in a bikini. And we all know I don't need to be wearing a bikini, but I'd be doing it if I had to be out there.
Is this in response to the text we just read?
Yes,
She did.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
Dini is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
Do you understand what just happened? I'll give you a second to grab your jaw. It dropped on the floor right down there. Just pick it back up and grab it. The fuck?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Your friend is the
Yes.
guy.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. You were
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Apple user, you're gonna come into my house and tell me shh. Then why don't you exit out my front door?
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, right?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
Gotta be, those streets are tough. I told you guys the spicy Michelle's here
Who
today.
is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
I really want to see the next text too.
This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
You really think she's gonna go to jail for no reason? Which one? I hope you're talking about Karen. Because if she went to jail, it would be for no reason. I don't think that will happen, though. This evidence is pointing otherwise. Now, if you're talking about Jen, she'd be going to jail for lying and perjuring herself.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's O-N-G, but
Yeah.
it meant to be O-M-G, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for, oh my God.
Yes.
Guys, I need you to pay attention up here. We are the virtual jury. Please do not give us any spoilers. We take our role very seriously.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that's from whom? One more time.
To my sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Oh,
Remember the
convenient.
first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Just go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
I can't believe that this is an actual trial and it's not a movie. This is actually really happening. This is the most disgusting form of justice. This is not even justice. This is not.
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Hell, I'm thinking about writing this for one of my next books. Damn. Script's already written.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it.
But that would have to come after Huerman.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This
Good afternoon, Wendy. How are
from
you?
Brian to me to Nicole to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
Looks like she's starting to sweat a little bit.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
I think I know what's
Who
coming.
is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's
She's
the timestamp on this, Ms.
telling
McCabe?
2:55.
him everything.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Now, do you want to still say
Who's this from and
conspiring?
who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
No, funnily enough, it's not. She's at the defense table, and this is a witness. Spitting image, though, right? This might be her doppelganger, but no, it's Jen McCabe.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
This is Massachusetts for Securin Reed. She's on trial for taking the life of her boyfriend, former cop.
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep, if she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
That's why I said she's on trial. I'm with you on the allegedly. I'm just giving the short version so I don't have to keep pausing it.
Who's she?
YouTube.
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
What does this read?
She liked
Thank you.
the text about.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked.
We start late, so that way we go through all the breaks. This is from this morning. We're a little bit behind because we start late on this, so we skip all the breaks.
The
So
one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
You're all
And what does
good.
this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting?
Honey, if you don't want to listen to my commentary, why did you bother typing that? If you don't like what I have to say, use the front door and get the hell out. I ain't here to please nobody.
Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please.
I mean, I'm sitting here doing a face mask. I obviously give no
Who's
fucks.
this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
Sure the hell did,
I
Wendy.
wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is
This is today. We just started late so we can get through the breaks faster.
5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15,
Innocent, Kayla.
Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear, and to orient us, there was
You're
a
welcome.
phone conversation that you were privy to
Thank you, Ruth.
between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor, telephone. Okay.
She was,
Earlier in the day,
yeah, earlier in the day, he called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
and that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple of hours later,
Thank you, Jen. Oh, thank you for the ice cream.
No,
Sorry. Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself.
It was the
her,
right
and
one.
Matt.
And you wrote, you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specific?
No, we start late when we do trials so that we can fast forward through the breaks. And you were good, Catnip. It was the right one.
Directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my
I'm
other
glad.
daughter.
So
There
of
was-
the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
Well, I think you were in the house too, if that, and the phones too. I saw it was the same
Who's this
person.
from?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what is this? What does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from?
We're as the virtual jury with just our opinions, but it's this looking like a cover up to me.
And who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This
Welcome.
was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
Thank you for the follows.
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this
If you're talking that way about a friend, then with friends like that, who needs enemies? Damn.
girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
Carrie is different. The one that she just likes, that wasn't Karen. She was talking about Carrie, her new bestie.
And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone. This is
Yes.
in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I use the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
You got this song in
Who's
my
this
head
from and
now.
who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes,
And the text reads what?
good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean, Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them
Hold the hell on. If anyone's talking to anybody in any kind of way about people that they lost, we don't do that in here. So if you are doing it, this is your only warning.
to talk, but Carrie kept talk, was, as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
There.
This is Mr. Jackson questioning.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Kathy.
Ms. McKee.
I don't know who you're talking to. I wasn't talking to you. I'm not here to kiss anybody's ass, though. I create a safe place. Nobody's going to pick on anybody. If you don't like it, then go ahead and leave. I tell it how it is.
Okay,
Yes,
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? There's a private chat that's not open to the public.
correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public.
I don't know what's happening. People are just starting to pop off. And if someone thinks I'm not nice, then you can leave. It's really easy. You can scroll up or down, whichever way you want to go can get you to the door. You don't need to be in my house if you don't like what I got to say.
Correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts.
Wait, hold the hell on. Is Courtney right? Were y'all talking to them and not me? If you were, I am so sorry. I do that too. I didn't know y'all did that too. You guys talk like they could hear you? My bad. I do that too.
That the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get.
If that's the case.
That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely, disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes,
Another sidebar. I lost count. Is this 5 or 6? Thank you, Lori. Is this 5 or 6? I lost count. Have a good day, stir fry. Yeah, I can back it up. Hold on.
all right, jurors, disregard that comment.
Let me go back a little
completely,
further.
Disregard that.
Miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean, Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie
Thank you,
Roberts and the
Parker.
Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept talk, was, as he said, she could write a book, so he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next
Thank you,
text, please.
Kayla. Carly, everyone is entitled to their opinions. You know what they say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. If you think that, go on out the door.
That may be the end of it. I
Yeah,
propose.
it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
I mean, I'm
Yes, it is.
sitting here with 400 people doing a face mask and look like the Chainsaw Massacre do. Do you honestly think I care how people think? I create my space to be how it's supposed to be, to keep everybody safe. If you don't like it, go on.
Yes.
Do you want both of them?
Hi, baby.
There you go.
Hi, everything okay?
Oh yeah, everything's great. They're starting to do. They started the inappropriate text messages now.
These text messages were on a private chat, both the one
Early.
between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
That's what they said.
That line of questioning is within the bounds of the law.
I agree with you, babe. In my opinion. I noticed that too, Mary. She was doing that Wednesday too.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told
Catnip, can you ask your husband to go closer to the microphone, please?
them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews
Right.
that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
Thank
I
you for
told
the
them some
follow.
of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
If there's beads in it, that's why. Somebody came in and said, why is the Texas Chainsaw
I want to change
Massacre on my
gears for a second,
FYP?
Miss
I
McCary,
didn't remember
and ask you
what.
about that visit that you took to Michael Lang's house.
I wasn't looking small, sorry.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to do these different things.
She's done it before. I wouldn't be surprised she did it again.
Thank you, Ron.
Hi, Mila. Are you coming to be True Crime Kitty for the day?
Have you and Miss Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lang's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
She should
I
be.
don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lang's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went.
And
Correct.
you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
And just a moment, Ron.
Yes.
This mask has beads in it, so I've got this one little one that exploded, and I thought I was bleeding. I'm like, why is there a red spot?
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lang's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lang of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lang that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lang's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that
Thank you, Julie.
in that interview with
Appreciate you.
Lieutenant Tully, you went over to the Lang residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lang's house. That's why you went to Michael Lang's house.
I went to Michael Lang's to drop her daughter off,
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
that I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do
Oh,
you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lang. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry.
that's how many we're
Do you
on
remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully?
for today.
In that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from,
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about, in a proceeding about this issue.
and I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie
Thank you,
Roberts' daughter,
Susan.
not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't,
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lang's house for a period of time, correct?
If you guys could do me Jesus. If you guys could do me a favor while you're in here and tap this side of the screen, that would greatly help. I would appreciate that.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Oh,
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lang's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lang's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete
thank you.
blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lang's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lang's house through GPS location uniforms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lang's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense? Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Hey, Glam, how are you?
Before
I
before
don't recall.
that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Why'd you go to the sergeant's house? Thank you for the follow.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit, is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lang at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know what time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta stay hydrated, people. So yeah, drink your water. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I have a
Thank you for the
10-page
follow.
document
This mask is
that I'd
almost
like
done.
to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brenner on your way up.
He has something bigger than all of this still. Now we know why he said he's going to need another 2 hours to question her. I'm starting to know.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Held for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes,
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just gonna ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see Counselor Sidebar. May I have that, please?
He objects to reading that. Surprise, surprise. Hank, sit down. If you guys are interested in subscribing and you don't know how, just let us know. I'm hoping we can get to 65 today. Can we get 3 subscriptions today? That fan's making me nervous. Yep, exactly. Hank, just shut it. Just know when you've lost and prepare for the next case, which I could be just Jen McCabe, actually. I'm not watching someone's YouTube channel. I'm watching it through the court, which is via a news source, which happens to be WJAR.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank
They're streaming it via
Taking
the
a look at
court.
that first page, do you recognize a location
You're welcome.
that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes,
do you see a date and time?
yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that?
Yes,
location?
that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that, again, what is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540,
Yes,
okay? Take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022,
January 30th, 2022, and
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes,
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
it could be with like, they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather,
right. Taking a look at page 9,
yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one.
Okay, the same address on,
Not
As
yet,
Michael Lang,
Christina.
as Michael Lang.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
Showers, I couldn't agree with you more.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah,
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do, yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is
Thank you,
1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
But why would they go to the detective's house?
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
That's right, Kathy.
5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume,
say it was cold out.
yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
I believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running,
yes,
heat had to be on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear,
yes,
and it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually,
It's my opinion that this is becoming such a big deal. So many people are talking about this and streaming this that they might not have a choice but to. I don't know though.
got out of the car and went into the house to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory, I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
1 second.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This
Every
is
day.
what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand, it wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house.
Lexi was in the car with us and we dropped her off at Michael Lang's. That's why we went to Officer Lang's house, yes.
And in point of fact, actually went to your house and did make a pit stop for 34 years before you went to Michael Lang's house.
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You were in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Tell your husband back to the microphone.
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 46 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lang's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lang's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lang's house.
I truly thought I had.
And now you're really refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lang's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that,
Thank you, LT.
well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlight.
She's conveniently forgetting a lot of stuff. Thank you, LT. This one is an April Springs. Or no, April Skin. April Springs. April Skin, it's the sister of Medicube. When it gets completely see-through, you take it off. But this will stay dark because it's not on my
May
skin.
21st of last year,
Right, Thomas?
you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly.
Are you
and
serious?
And kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview. As you sit here tonight.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lang's house directly to drop off Carrie's dog.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So
Oh, you were
a
in
lot
shock?
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things,
I've never heard you say you were in shock before, ma'am.
certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
That wasn't what I asked you.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence? 5:12 in the evening.
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Thank you for the
Isn't it
follow.
true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Thank you for the
Isn't
follow.
it true that at 5:40, just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Thank you for the follow.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, juries, we will take our morning recess.
Don't worry, we don't have to wait.
20 minutes, we'll see you there.
This is why we do it later, so we get to skip through all of these breaks. They have habit of leaving us with cliffhangers. Here we go. Right, Betty? That's what I'm saying. According to your memory that you said was so good. Now, guys, with this face mask, you're supposed to leave it on 1 to 3 hours.
We appreciate your patience.
It goes invisible, not invisible, transparent when it's done. But right here, it will not because it's not on my skin. So we're almost done with this one.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Yep, the blush on her cheeks is gone now. She looks, honestly, she looks kind of faint. You're not looking so good, Jen. You're not looking so good.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking, okay.
You had a number
She
of
does
phone
need that
calls,
hydration.
with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm
Hi,
assuming you
Ariel
don't remember
Hugh.
exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay,
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m. on January 29th? A couple of minutes in length.
Okay, so you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call? Time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson, she has a habit to disagree with anything that's an official document. So if you've got documentation there, of course she's not gonna. No.
Looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
Ma'am, why do you have to make this so damn hard? Either you remember you got a call from him and you're looking at the record that says what time it came in, so that could possibly be it, or you don't. One way or the other.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
you're being asked.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Great. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay.
Why do you have to make this so damn difficult? You see the time on the record that's in front of you. Why are you arguing it? You're arguing just to argue at this point. You want to say that these documents are not accurate. You're going for anything, because if they're accurate, you lied under oath for 568 times, basically. Like, what the hell?
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
She's looking at the DA, too.
Object to the form. I don't object to the record.
Thank you.
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not gonna get into it.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things.
There's no question to the record. There's question to whether or not she remembers it on her. What?
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
The nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coverage. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the
Right,
record
Jamie?
indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you
also
for
see
the
on that
follow.
same record, a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th.
I'll see
you
what I could do.
A record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Guys, when you say stuff like that specific, as if it's a fact, please put IMO after it, or in my opinion. I don't want people saying Michelle's trying to misinformation, because I don't have time for that. Thank
January
you.
30th at approximately 4:45 p.m. You see a
Thank
call
you,
from Michael
Courtney.
Proctor to you. Call
I
lasts about
agree.
10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
It's my opinion as well.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
That's a question I have too.
this?
And she's lied 3
Yes.
different days on the stand. Thank you so much, Luce, that I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. If you guys are wanting to know how to use those stickers, that's the subscriber stickers. If you need help subscribing, let us know. We'll help you out.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a
Right.
record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Thank you for
February
the follows.
17th, at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th, at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Thank you so much.
Yes.
On the
Thank you,
same date,
Kenya.
February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see 2 calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those 2 calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Message me about it,
And
and then I'll do
staying on
it.
that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Thank you for subscribing, Rhonda. Welcome to the family.
Yes.
And then finally, on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, and that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, and you had in fact, and that's all I have on those
Thank
records.
you.
Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe.
Thank you for the
You
follow.
had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
I'm not going to be doing fuzzy ones, but I'll do metallic pink. As long as it's still metallic, 100% I will.
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not
was
only did
wondering
you
that,
have him in your
Caitlin.
home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Thank you, Glam.
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think
Thank
you went
you,
through
thank
about
you.
14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Thank you.
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
We start this late, so we get to fast forward through the break. So this is not like we're behind still.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may
Thank
be
you
true,
for the
but you're
follows,
communicating
guys.
back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview
too.
with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No,
Then in September
Almost
or
completely
October of
transparent.
2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes,
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with
I wouldn't
Tully,
think so.
you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview.
Guys, again, please put IMO or in my opinion after you're stating stuff like that. We don't want nobody saying we're slandering them or anything like that, so please.
Correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly.
Smalls, I've been wondering that with her for past the 3 days that she's been on there. I've been wondering the same thing.
The interview Trooper Tully
When you use these masks, don't forget to use the serum out of the bag afterwards. This one's April Skin. It's a sister company of Medicube.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Ow.
Do you recall
My
telling
elbow.
Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Tully wrote that you had never met Trooper Proctor until September 2023. That was an error by him, correct?
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper
Right,
Proctor,
Smalls?
Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement? Exactly like this.
Okay, come to
Sidebar.
sidebar, please.
An objection from Hank. Sidebar. Do you use Medicube or do you use April Skin? It is a sister company. They own April Skin, so it's basically the same thing. I have both. I just decided we do an April Skin mask for today. I know. How dare he? Now, when you do your masks, inside of the bag, all that serum, use it all on your face afterwards. Save it. This is really good stuff. I don't know how she hasn't been either, but as many eyes as are on this now, there may not have been as many eyes before, but as many people as are talking about this now, as many people that are watching this happen, this gross injustice against Karen and the way that they're doing this. This is not the justice that we were told. This was not the justice that is law. This is not the justice we were promised, in my opinion. If any of us had to go into a court and we had to go through this, Just think, if it could happen to her, it could happen to anybody. If she's guilty of anything, they have to prove it. It's the job of the prosecution. They haven't done that so far, in my opinion. I'm thinking that too, especially with the way they were questioning the witness for the DOJ. I think that's going to help. But you can't tell me that they're not sitting there. I mean, they lied under oath to the grand jury too. You can't tell me they're not sitting there watching this, being like, "Are you going to go in, or am I going to go? Are you going to stop it, or am I going to stop it? I don't want to be the one. Do you want to be the one?" They have to be having these conversations. And if they're not, then that is a serious problem. And I wonder if Bev is starting to think, shit, we're in too deep. We might have gone too far. They might have figured us out. I'm wondering if Bev understands the amount of trouble she could be in at this point. Is it starting to hit home for her? Do you guys think Hank is being as boisterous as he usually is with his objections? Yeah, there is, but they've been usually short, so I just wanted to let that one roll.
Next question.
Right?
May I? Did
The
Trooper
judge.
Tully, I'm sorry, did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, "You had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Mike Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up, because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has been
question is my
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny?
Was an objection even made saying asked and answered? Because I didn't hear Hank make an objection. I think you might be overstepping here, Bev.
As you sit here telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read, do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a
I
second
don't know.
about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26. Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
How they haven't put a stop to this is beyond me. I don't get it.
You've indicated on direct
Thank you for the
examination
follow.
and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Hi, Lindy.
Correct.
Thank you.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
I think it's been already, though.
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
I said the same thing. I said this is like a movie. We had two trials like this in a row. We had Lori Dable, now we got this one. Two in a row. They don't happen like this. They're not supposed to happen like this. And they know, you have to know that they know the number of people that are talking about what is happening in this courtroom. That's drawing attention. And that's the best thing that we could do for them at this point.
Yes.
You called
This is the
John
Karen
O'Keefe
Reed
at
trial.
12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds.
we're doing this as the virtual jury, guys, so we're not making like that kind of assumptions obvious. But as an opinion wise, it's starting to look like it might be multiple people. But that's just my opinion. The effort is a group effort, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't think Carrie was there. I'm not sure though.
Rand, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes,
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
it does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over.
If you missed any days, don't worry. I put them on my YouTube as well under the same name, Michelle's Criminal Musings. We have all the previous days and the commentary with it. Guys, please make sure you're tapping on this side. Help out. That'd be great. Thank you.
That's where it
Thank
says
you for the
unknown.
follow.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
You're welcome.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up. 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. See where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds.
This is from today. We're a little behind. We started later in the day so we could fast forward the breaks.
You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed
You're
call.
welcome.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls.
Just admit it.
That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone.
That's a good question,
and
my
were
bear.
missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And that,
calls.
is, that comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including
Now she thinks she did make those calls inadvertently, you guys.
2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
I would
You've
for a milkshake.
previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
Wait a minute. Can't Celebrate look up whether the phone was in her pocket or not? Celebrate was testifying to that before, whether the phone was in the... See, catnip, you're in my brain. You're in my brain.
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his
You're listening to music while being with family while you're in the middle of searching for someone that you say is missing that was unalived. Make that make sense.
phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing, a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs? Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
But why did you just say you weren't aware then? No. You just said I wasn't aware. And he said, but do you remember you saying that in your last testimony that you weren't aware? She said, yes, I do remember that. So how could you be unaware if you remember yourself being unaware back then too? The fuck? Like, what is it?
When you dial somebody
Right.
by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
Mr. Jackson, please, for the love of God, tell me you had Cellbrite at least check this out. Not Cellbrite, but the other company. We don't like Cellbrite, right? What? Somebody had to check this out. There's a way to tell whether the phone was in the pocket. Maybe Cellbrite can bite them in the ass now. You never know.
So, you have an iPhone, is that right? You had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open, so you can open the phone, right? It's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct.
And it requires, your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
And also,
7 times?
open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often? Make phone calls.
every day. Every day.
Every day.
Yeah,
Hundreds of times a day, right?
not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Right,
Yeah.
Kathy?
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
Mhm.
Oh, right. Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay?
Sidebar. No, she's saying that from the text message screen it calls him. Cellbrite went and told us all the times that Karen was calling John, and we're supposed to accept that. But when it's about Jen calling John, it has to be a butt dial. It has to be. No, because she didn't do that on purpose, and she doesn't remember it, but she remembers at the last hearing saying the same thing that she didn't remember. So wouldn't that be a lie in itself right from there? I've lost track of how many lies we have just from today. I believe this is 7 or 8. Yes, the calls were only these calls were only found on the extraction from John's phone. When they did it on Jen's phone, none of these calls showed up. Funny how that works, ain't it? Is it, Joanne? Thank you. Please, for the love of God, tell me there's somebody waiting right outside this courtroom to slap cuffs on her when she steps off that stand. Yes. Or 7 times is what I have. 7 times butt dialed.
Yes. Jumping the gun.
I have to go to the bathroom so bad, but I don't want to step
Answer only
away.
the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app,
I
correct?
can't pause it.
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
If that happens to be the last dial, you scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls, is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You've received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed, is that right?
Yes.
You guys know that song that goes, "Why you always lying?" I've been hearing that all day today. All day.
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct?
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
Mr. Jackson, are you saying they didn't automatically leave voicemails too? 7 voicemails weren't sitting there too?
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe.
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
You are your own worst enemy right now, Jen. Just so you know that, you are your own worst enemy. And it's only going to get worse. You're not helping yourself at all.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning.
She rolled her
After you
eyes.
got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure.
You guys keep track of this one. I'm going to run and go to the bathroom really quick. I can't hold it anymore. Little girl's room. Be right back.
Maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused. Are you talking about,
Yeah, I'm
Let me-
sure
let
you
me
are
rephrase the question.
okay, all right.
I'd be confused keeping up all those lies too.
January 29th, 2022. You left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What time
Okay.
did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You used Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what-
Cave, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone
Are we doing okay, Chad? All I did was go to the bathroom. Nothing's popping off here, is it?
expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that, you've been told that, you've seen it, you've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on
Who are you
your
talking to,
phone
Michelle?
at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I just went to the bathroom. I didn't know that was disrespectful to the victim and their family. I'm sorry. My bladder demanded it.
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
Michelle, what conspiracy are you talking about? All I did was go pee. That's it. My bladder demanded it. I didn't do nothing. I just had to go to the bathroom. That's not a conspiracy. That actually happens in every single living human being. They all have to use the bathroom.
You have, as you say that you
I don't.
have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no.
How is what I'm doing going pee being a conspiracy? Everyone has to go. Everybody has a bladder. Everyone has kidneys. That's what happens. You drink water like I've been doing. How does that? What? Are you in the right place?
No idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been correct.
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I'm not
I've
your
been
bro.
asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
You know, I never thought I had to come face to face with a Michelle like this. Well, I'm the only one with the face here, but I've got notes of all of her lies. How about you? Because today, alone, I could count the lies. Those are, in fact, lies. If you can't handle the truth, I don't know what to tell you, then we are not the place for you. And if you're going to be disrespectful to people in my lives, you can see yourself out or we can help you, one or the other. People can have different opinions, but you're not going to be disrespectful to people in my chat. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Ooh, she's challenging the Google search. There's a difference between getting justice for someone and taking away somebody else's life. She, in my opinion, so far, they've not shown us. It's the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If they don't do it, then you can go to complain to the state because it's their damn job. If they don't do it, they don't do it.
I'll see Council back hour, so if Ms. Little wants to keep looking.
Another sidebar. We don't victim shame or hate in this family. We are supporters of victims. This is one case, and we just so happen to have a different opinion than you. Doesn't mean that we don't respect a victim. I think you need to check yourself. If I was that family sitting there right now hearing all of this, I would be asking why we were here right now with this person. That's what I would be asking, and I would be asking who did do this. And like I said, guys, it's okay to have different opinions. If we all agreed about the same thing every damn day, it'd be a boring-ass world. It really would. But there's a way to be respectful about it and not come at people for it.
Take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon.
Your Honor, may
I don't really understand that either,
Thank you.
Lindsay.
Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen.
I go by what is provided to me by the state, and at this point, yes, all of the suspicion is on Jen because that is the witness who was on the stand, 100%. And if you missed any of this case, don't worry, I do have the lives up on my YouTube as well, Michelle's Criminal Musings.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
One foot in front of the other. This is the extraction report, guys.
Okay, take it down.
Michelle, that is because Jen has, in fact, been caught lying. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. We call it as we see it. We can have different opinions, but don't attack people because of their opinions, and nobody will come at you for yours either. We're all adults here. We can handle this. If we can't, I'll make some decisions for you.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's at.
We can handle this. If we can't, I'll make some decisions for you.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's at.
Another sidebar. Honey, I have the real facts. I've got all these pages of notes from these testimony. How much do you have? If you want to compare facts, if you want to come on up on this panel and tell me the facts that you have, we could compare. I have no problem doing that. That's why I take notes. I'm gonna give her a chance. If she thinks she can argue it with me and prove to me that based on everything we've heard at this point, to this point in time, that you think that this woman is not being railroaded. You think that she's honestly guilty, and all of this stuff that's happening, we've already had 3 or 4 people that have been perjured. 3 or 4 people that have been perjured, and they're the state's witness. So, she's not going to get me riled up, though. That's the thing. You're not going to sit here and try to get me to say something I'm not going to say. If you want to come on up, we could talk about this like adults. If not, then just silence or I will silence you. It's that simple. No, darling. Do you want to know what I'm hanging on? Every witness that has been up in that stand. Every damn one. And if you haven't seen them, I suggest you go back and educate yourself and watch them so you can understand what you're talking about. And you don't want to embarrass yourself like that again. But since you don't want to come up and talk it out, I'm done with you. You're out. You lost your privileges. Revoked. No time for that. We've got witnesses to hear. Damn. She's gone, guys. She's gone. Why are people so damn sensitive about this? People have a hard time seeing what's actually in front of their face. Like, really? I started on day one saying that I thought she was guilty for no reason. It was a judgment I made for no reason. And then they started opening statements, witness one, and it's been the same ever since. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the finger heart. She was in the wrong
Thank
line.
you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Oh, she looks really pale now.
Thank you.
Yes, back to business. We got things to do here. She's not allowed any more space in my brain, so let's just let it go, guys. Let's just move past it. I thought Karen was. It was just a feeling I had, and I can't figure out where I even got the
Did you see a
feeling
record,
from.
Ms. McCabe? Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrite record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately,
I would if I was her.
you will agree that there was
No,
a
I
Google
don't.
search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done,
Me too.
at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me
That's
ask
a
you
good question, Megan.
You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, how long T.I. die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
Okay, if she can't answer the simple yes or no question she's asked, you need to hold her in contempt of court. It's that simple.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I
Hi,
am.
Natasha. Thank you.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or-
Yes.
AJ is in fact a married man. Two of the sister wives are in our chat. The virtual
You
sister
discussed
wives.
it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Not about you, babe.
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony
My husband walked by at the wrong time. He's thinking we're talking about him. Not about
at the
you.
grand jury, correct?
It's
We
about
discussed it after.
Mr. Jackson.
We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or
So
anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident,
got me in
and-
trouble.
the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue, it was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day, there's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
You sure
Yes.
are, Catnip.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes,
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way.
Looking at her face right now, you guys, I am seriously afraid that she might actually faint. Like a real faint, not a fake faint. She's not looking so good.
You and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
no,
Did you ever ask her that?
no,
Did you two discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Why are you objecting to a fact that was stated on the record? Carrie said she did not hear her ask her to search that. That's a matter of record. Pull it up. It's on the record. If it's 7 days, yes, then 1 day a week. You got to share. Sharing is caring. We're already on 3 days of her testifying. They're not matching. No, we start a little bit late. That way we get to make it through all the commercials and sidebars and whatever the hell else they throw our way. I know, right, Sierra? Just make sure y'all know, not that I ever would commit a crime, but if I ever do, that's who I want as my attorney. He doesn't give a reason. And the judge assumes the reason. That's what's really weird to me. That's what we're talking about, Caitlin. That's what we're talking about. Usually you do have to, but she's assuming. AJ is Mr. Jackson, the defense attorney. Is that what you're asking?
Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
That's unusual too. Since when can they limit the number of questions?
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out of the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a
Thank you,
Google
Mary.
search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
Not
You're
to my
aware that
knowledge,
there's no
Stephanie.
audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only,
No,
Ms.
Anita.
McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
Caitlin?
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She
Which
saw what you
memories
put
though?
down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, and Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be
Good one,
your
Sierra.
sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with a striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes,
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
she wrote the timeline, yes.
Add her
And
to
then
your
you've
witness
spoken
list.
to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the
Thank you.
specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do
Please
anything.
have proof
You
she
wanted
did.
some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that
Tess, if it's freezing for you, just go out and come right back in and it should fix it.
you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct
Thank you so
somebody.
much.
No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times?
One of you guys asked earlier why she keeps apologizing. Well, Mr. Jackson just asked her to.
Did you say I apologized yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct? Gotcha.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted
That was a
with having
sustained.
deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
Never
deny
did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Mr. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Sarif.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could,
You sure don't test? Nope.
I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420. Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it.
You're very welcome.
Ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
You good, Mr. Wolf? Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Make it loud. We need to hear everything.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed? Female?
I'm not sure could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
Thank you for the
This is a bad
follow.
question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you guys could tap on this side of the screen, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Really?
We'll pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe to the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the
Thank
other
you,
side of the
guys.
car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
Can you go and play that, please?
No, I have a paper. Thank you, thank you.
Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it.
It's cashew time currently.
Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
No, we're a little behind. We start late so we could fast forward through all the breaks.
Could you see what was depicted in the video about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it
I
appear to
don't
be
know.
He was a police officer.
I'm gonna assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who
I don't know, but the judge did say at the start of trial that they had a full day for today.
looks most like she is taking charge? You or Carrie Roberts? Exactly.
Sister.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement, or Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Okay.
Depends if there's going to be limits involved. No.
Do you mind if I go get some food?
No, where are you going?
Chipotle?
In that
I
video
can pick you
clip,
up something if you
who
want
among the
something
three
else.
of you
Okay.
appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCain?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers, yes. I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk.
Hey, don't, Lucy. Not right now.
Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
Did she?
No audio.
What?
Why is there no audio?
There is. It's very low. She's very involved. Much can try to say she wasn't running it. It looks like you are. Anybody else got their cashews out too? Because damn. That's a good one too. Good, Peachy.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk.
I do too, Julie.
Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right,
Yes.
from frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay, and
Yes.
that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, police don't look like they're doing anything. Looks like she's the one talking.
Does it look to you like she's like the one taking charge here?
Yeah,
Me too.
like she's trying to tell them what exactly is going on. Like, what's supposed to be done.
Can you grab your Mountain Dew before you leave?
Yeah, just one minute.
What was that? Thank you, Mary. Was that gunshots?
I don't think so.
It sounded like gunshots. I don't know what it was.
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I
and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed.
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned back? Mr. O'Keefe?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this
Thank
was an
you.
emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend,
Thank
but a
you,
police
Jenna.
officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes,
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that minutes counted, right?
yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds.
Thank you,
Is that right?
Jenna.
I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say,
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no, do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to
think
listen
so.
to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR.
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics.
No,
None of you are first responders.
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Miss McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Can you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you were doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McKay?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house, you see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break, we'll take 40.
All right, we got to do a poll. If you guys think that Mr. Jackson nailed it at the park, or out of the park, tap the smile face. If you think he didn't hit it out of the park, the cry face. No, this is their lunch break. I'll fast forward through. Don't worry. We don't got to sit here. That's why we started later, so we don't have to sit here and wait. Thank you. We started around noon Central Time every day when we're on trial. 47-4. Any last votes? We got 5 seconds. You gotta tap the smile face or the cry face. 47-4 wins it. Yeah, if I'm ever arrested for anything, not that I would commit a crime, but if I'm ever arrested for anything, that's who I want to be called for me. Okay. Next poll. If you ever had to go have a lawyer for any reason, you're set up, you're framed, whatever, if you would want Mr. Jackson, put a smile face. If you would not, put a cry face. Or tap the smile and tap the cry. Whichever ones. Do you think that was a successful you can't handle the truth kind of moment for Jackson? Do you know how many trials we sit here and we watch and we sit here and talk about someone wishing they could have a you can't handle the truth moment? I think we might have just got it. He will be. Don't worry, SB. I put up my lives after we're done. So tonight, well, it depends on how long it takes to upload and then re-download. I'll have it up tonight on my YouTube, which is Michelle's Criminal Musings. 46 of you at Hiram? That's good. I forgot to hit play. I have all the other days up on my YouTube too. It just takes a while depending on how long the live is to download it from TikTok, then re-upload it to YouTube. That's a good question, Hannah. They conveniently happen to let her have breaks right before or during or after an important moment. In my opinion, no, Karen is not guilty based on the evidence that's been
All right,
presented.
so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding two of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense they've would like different content in than I would. And
You're
I would
welcome.
hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
So we're just asking them to be extended to the detention. So we produced, comprehensive, so there's 13, but
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too. I
But
haven't
then, if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
documented.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is, I should approach that side.
Okay.
They haven't even brought Jerry back in, but they're already having a sidebar. Me too. I want to know, honestly, how John O'Keefe's family felt hearing all of that. Do they understand that these people lied under oath about what happened? I've been live all day. I'm not sure why. Well, not all day, but live at noon Central. Not to my knowledge, no gag order. That's weird. That's really weird. You're the only one that said that so far today. He's doing a little bit better today, Binksy is. I literally spent all day yesterday cuddling him and all this morning because he was still medicated, but he's done with that now. I'm glad that you asked at Cape Cod. I wanted to ask too, so you beat me. Do you have tea to spill? For those who missed it, oh damn. Jen McCabe is a damn liar in my opinion. Whew, where shall I begin? Since there's sidebar. So we know that one thing I wrote down that was important, she texted Julie Nagel and asked for a certain screenshot. She called Nicole Albert, her sister, and didn't mention it. The second was in her prior testimony. She said there was just a crack in the taillight, and she's saying different this time. And then there was a text exchange, a lot of them. Her text got seen, but they weren't seen from her phone because they were no longer there. One of those texts were, Carrie talked to cops, kept it simple. We'll get more into tomorrow. Don't want to text about it. That's to Jen from her sister. We also know that Chris Albert owns the sub shop D&E, which is right across from the waterfall. Then there's a text saying, tell them the guy never came in the house, meaning John. That was a text exchange. And then there's another text, Brian, ask her what the deal is. Next text is to ask if we heard she's in a mental hospital. Next text, Carrie is here going over the timeline. The next one, in quotations, I wrote this down in quotations, she's telling him everything, meaning to Proctor. The next text quotes, this girl could write a book. She talks too much. Then we have the question of why did she go to Sergeant Link's house? Because she did, and she said she didn't, but she did. She testified that she did not go to Link's house, but yeah, we just proved today that she did. She tried saying that, oh well, I just didn't know. She also lied on never meeting Trooper Proctor. Now get this. Between 12:29 and 12:50, there is 7 calls from Jen's phone to John's phone. These 7 calls never show up on her phone, only on John's. And she claims they were all butt dials. That's where we are. All these other days, we thought it was explosive. Nothing is more explosive than today, in my opinion. Guys, I'll mute the camera. They're not at the thing anymore. Oh, she's drinking a Clearly Canadian. That's what I'd like to drink. She's drinking... Is it blackberry, ma'am? She's drinking my Clearly Canadian. You are very welcome. Thank you, thank you. We made new stickers, guys. For this case especially, we got brand new stickers. We got the liar. We have the shut it Hank. We have it Mr. Jackson with the rose. We have not guilty. And then we have the not guilty Karen Reed sticker. Thank you. She really did, Thomas. She really did. I would not want to be her sister right now. Or ever, honestly. But that's just my opinion. I don't know how she... Thank you. I don't know how she sat there and said a butt dial. When we heard the Celebrate witness talk about how he could tell when a phone was no longer being looked at. It was in a pocket. So let's just ask on that. Oh, we can't. Why? Because you deleted it from your phone. It was only in John O'Keefe's phone. That's where I'm at. The same thing, Shelby. The fact that they're okay with this woman being found guilty. We had someone that came at me sideways like really hard because I said that it looks to me like she's innocent. You seriously would want someone to go through this when it is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone is guilty? They have not even come close to meeting that burden. In fact, it's the opposite. In my opinion, though. I always say, I really want to get that tattooed on, I don't want to, but I need to get it tattooed on my forehead. I know. I'm not scared though. I'm starting to wonder that too. The fact that she sent a text message that said, "Say he never came in the house." Why would they need for you to tell them to say he never came in the house if he never really came in the house? Right? I just keep blocking people left and right. I don't care. And to be completely honest, I'm a lot bigger than her. All I'd have to do is sit on her and I'd break her, so I'm not scared.
Particularly when we don't have much time. Ms. McCabe, please.
They are the prosecutor's witness. And what's even scarier too is this is not the only witness prosecution is called that has perjured themselves in this trial. That's where they're at. I wonder if that's why Hank's been a little bit more quiet today.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron.
I can't go over it all again. I'll upload this to my YouTube after the live is done.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
It's okay.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours
Oops.
of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall,
If one of you guys just got a chat invite from me, decline it. That was an accident. I just hit the wrong thing.
to stick to the street and onto the windshields.
Me too,
When
Lex.
I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning,
Thank you,
when we
Hallmark.
were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming out the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes, obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes,
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
We have no way of knowing that. We would first have to know when the trial is set to end, and that would be if there weren't any delays. Then we would have to know how long the jury would deliberate for. We can't know that either. Sorry.
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck?
The
police
fire truck
cars?
did.
Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I
The
recall.
fire
no.
truck did. I looked right
Your
at it.
sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a
I don't know.
house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No,
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
yes,
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance and help?
no,
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
yes,
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
no.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Okay.
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes,
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
I'll allow that. Moving on to Mr. Burke.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes,
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
yes,
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
yes,
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
yes,
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
no,
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
no.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them? Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Burke.
No, I didn't.
Catnip, look.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
I'll allow it.
No,
This is the newest serum from Medicube.
When
It just
you
arrived.
testified,
It's
are
been a
you
while.
testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911,
Yes,
and that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911
Yep, that's right,
that
she did.
morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes,
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you in the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that. Or you have the same
That's where I
mind.
got it from.
different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Sustained.
Thank you for the follow.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold, or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
I'll allow it.
No,
Why did
Maybe she doesn't recall, Hank.
you do it?
No, we're
Miss Reed
behind.
asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
Who are you
You were
talking
asked
to?
questions about the next day when you visited
Thank you,
the O'Keefe
Mary.
home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe?
Holly, I was looking for you, wondering where you were at. Make sure that you watch the replay on YouTube. I'll put it up after the live. You cannot miss this one. Trust me, this one cannot be missed.
Family.
I don't remember the hour. how
Thank
many
you for the
hours, so a
follow.
few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spent so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support,
Halsey.
love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No,
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember
Thank you.
going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lang's.
Okay, good.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls
Oh, okay.
to your sister when you went by
Hi,
Fairview
Charlie.
at that
Thank
time?
you. Today's live, just like every other day of court, I'll put on YouTube as soon as it's done. I just have to download it from TikTok and then upload it to YouTube. It just takes a little while, a couple hours. But I do it every night when we're done.
I haven't, no.
He does, doesn't he, Julie?
And when you went by, you were asked about that.
A
In fact,
lot, Lou.
You had
A
been
lot.
asked about that before,
Yes,
and Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
When you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
Thank you for the
And,
follow.
to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
He does sound defeated. This has been the most explosive day of testimony.
Thank you.
I can't even. How is this even an
You
actual
were shown
trial?
page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by?
yes,
Yeah, sure
When
did.
you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was
Thank you, Shelby.
4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
Right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
Why are you
And then
stopping
according
and
to the
talking
records
now?
that were read to you, you went to Detective Blank's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
Her, that too.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you
Hannah, we start late every day so that way we can fast forward through the lunch break so we are behind.
and some
No
of your
spoilers,
family.
please.
yes.
Is that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute. You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
I don't believe so.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
Why
Next question, Mr. Chairman.
why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him. Because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Sidebar.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
Except when she started giving extra testimony to Hank, she put a stop to that. She said, nope, if you don't know, then it's just I don't know. Why couldn't she have done that for the state? You want to do this as a sidebar? You might regret that one day. I mean, I need to get one that says, in my opinion, IMO right on my forehead so I don't have to keep saying it all the damn time. You know, just to be extra safe. No regrets, yeah. Oh my God, yeah. That one too. See, when you go to get your object one, just show them the stickers. Say, I'm a subscriber. I got these stickers. This is exactly what I want. Those right there. The state. Commonwealth is a state. Okay, I'm gonna have to just see how much longer the sidebar is. Let me just zoom on ahead as much as possible.
Remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the
You got it,
message.
Mary.
Right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, it is redirect. Starting to get a little bit of your color
When law
back.
enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I don't know if I could co-sign with the iconic ceiling fan tattoo. I might question you and make sure that you're a clear, sound mind and body before you get that tattoo, because that's been driving me crazy.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
It's okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
Thank you for the follow.
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the call.
Okay. Okay, so it's John O'Keefe, okay. Thanks, sorry.
Number 17, phone call, please answer.
Yes,
Who are you calling?
it's Hank.
John O'Keefe,
Do you know at that point where he is?
no.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe,
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe,
No, we start late every day, Olivia, so we could fast forward through all the breaks.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people, I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Right, Rhonda? Funny how that works.
Number 31, 5/22/57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
It's the state. Good old Hank.
Turn to number 48, 129/22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. You have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it and ask it again, please, Mr. Mayor.
168.
Thank you for the follow.
129/22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss
Thank you,
Roberts.
guys.
Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just
Thank
can't
you.
even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Welcome back.
I'll allow it.
Sidebar.
Objections noted. Next question.
She denied first sidebar. Now she's the second one she's granting. I was gonna say, if you're gonna deny him a sidebar, you gotta deny the other side of the sidebars too. You can't just blatantly show. Well, I guess you have so far, but you're not supposed to blatantly show a preference to one side or the other. One thing I don't get is it's not the judge's job to give advice like how to rephrase their questioning. She's not supposed to do that. She's not. So I wonder if she's going to be getting in trouble after this. All right, let's just move on ahead. How much? Oh, actually, it's about over anyways. Never mind.
Yes.
Don't you love how small that courtroom is? And every time there's a sidebar, like 56 people get up and go to that sidebar.
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top. Whose number is that?
That is mine.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
I won't read that last text message again. However,
Thank
it
you.
is correct that text message was from you to Miss Roberts, number 168.
Could you even
Yes, it
believe
was.
a step count from her?
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you. You were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
It might get
Yes.
accidentally deleted.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 12922 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 12922. From you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 12922. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 12922. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 12922? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
It sure is.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did, yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Of course you will.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it. 207. Do you know who that's from?
Thank you, Clam.
I don't.
We'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Great minds.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay.
I don't know
This
what's
text
asinine.
message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about.
I'll allow it. Except by this witness, the next one.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in
I
my
don't
gut
know,
like I am
Shelby.
about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Right?
213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 44038. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Thank you for the
Yes.
follow.
And this is at 44038 at 12922.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
Could you imagine having to give your children a talk about why lying
I'm going to
is so bad,
12922, 752.
and then them turning and looking in you, but Mom, you.
If you look at number 289, please.
Okay,
At 2:89, is this a text from your sister Nicole?
yes,
Any update? Is that accurate?
yes,
Not to my knowledge.
And you were shown this text at 2:92,
We start late east.
yes,
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes,
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
yes,
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through? Objection.
no, no one did.
You're going to keep allowing everything for prosecution, but what about the
During
defense?
that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. Turned to 296. 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes,
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
yes,
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
yes,
I don't think that would stop them.
7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
yes,
I don't think it would stop them, though, if they didn't have them. But keep in mind, even Karen is guilty of that night.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m. Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
yes,
Well,
You continued texting with her?
yes,
I've never experienced anything like this.
You were asked about timeline.
yes,
Could you turn to number 761, please?
It's not supposed to be that way, though. A judge is not supposed to have sides or give legal advice. My head was going like this because I was trying to figure out how does your sign change from being a Leo? I'm like, either you're born a Leo or you're not. It took a minute. Yeah, it's a Michelle moment. Those happen a lot.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
I thought you meant your
248.
astrology.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, yeah, the one shot.
So this is a running thing in that area. Y'all know about that.
Peggy.
Peggy. Okay.
Yes,
2 days later, January 31st, 2022. And this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent
Thank you, Alyssa.
the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes,
At some point, on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
So on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now. Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes,
And then at 1:18 seconds on 1:32:22, we text back, did you answer the door?
correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Do that. In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Thank you.
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Thank you.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No. Redirect. I mean, yeah.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
The fire truck
Flashing red and
did.
blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was
Thank you.
cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were,
No, he wants every single one of her text messages admitted on the, as evidence. My question is, based off of whose phone are you getting the messages? Because we all know she dirty deletes.
there were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Thank
Possibly.
you.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
Thank you for the
There
follow, Sarah.
was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left, so they were actually more in front of 32
But you just said they
Fairview.
didn't have lights
But
on,
there were
ma'am.
vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another.
Ma'am, you just told them that there were no lights on. Now you're saying that the ones to the one side had, I can't remember if it was right or left, had their lights on. Which is it?
The vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser was on the other side of Carrie Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes. Side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You sure can.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And
Get off your high
you're
horse.
obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
So you just lied again.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you, and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you, is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts, isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe, is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any were with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers.
Good,
You
I'm
said
glad,
this is a
Macy.
number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
Coincidentally, she did when she was saying too much. Funny how that works.
They're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be, again, it could have been Chris Al, but Julie, I don't, one of the numbers I didn't recognize, because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
That's all you're on.
And after the thing she said, if she still stays friends with you, like I said, when you have friends like this, who needs enemies? Who do you think will flip? Carrie? You think Jen will flip?
All right, Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right,
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Ron.
yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
She has already been proven to have lied under oath many times.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
I don't think they'll flip either. They're too deep, I think.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
I wouldn't either.
All right, hold that, please.
Sidebar. Yep, sidebar.
Miss Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Anna Knowles to the stand. I know, right, Ken? Nope, it's 4,568. I don't know, that's my guess. Okay.
We solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Anna Knowles.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
Not Anna.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit.
Prosecution.
After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
Similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities, to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
What are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how is work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned
Thank you, Gail.
according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
She about to tell us.
A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Christine.
Yes, sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher, so we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration? Okay.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would
That's what
fall
I
somewhere
thought,
in
yeah.
between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure.
We don't know if anyone else was tested, but to my knowledge, no, she was the only one that was taken to the hospital.
Retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers.
Thank you for the follow.
Where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate.
Thank you for the follow.
So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Thank you, Mary. Welcome to the
Now,
team.
what categories of information do you
No, we start everything live every day, so that way we can fast forward through all the breaks.
need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know
Here too.
what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected.
Didn't
We
I
need to
say late?
know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say that we start this late every day so that way we could fast forward through all the breaks. I love how you all know that my fibrofog is always an issue, so you guys know how to correct me. Thank you.
Requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking.
For me, it's the math. When it comes to math, I am not the girl for you guys. Not at all.
And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is...
Kathy, if you can hear me, just leave the live and come right back in and that should fix it. Can somebody type in, let Kathy know that in case she can't hear me?
No longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and removing, your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
Thank you,
So,
guys.
because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a...
If you missed it, don't worry. I put the live on my YouTube after it's done. It just takes an hour or two to download, then re-upload. But I put every day is on there so far.
range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the group?
Thank you for the follow.
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on
Not much longer, honestly.
the facts of the case and
They're almost
the
done.
amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more
You're
time,
welcome. Thank you for the
the
follow.
more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
Guys, this one's almost done. We're almost done for the day. After all that adrenaline rush that you all probably had, I know I had, through all the questioning for Jen McCabe, switching to this kind of witness from that is tough.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
I put it on my
And
YouTube,
why
Gigi.
is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So
You're welcome.
the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
Thank you for the follow.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
You're not alone anymore.
Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
I'm the only one in my family too, honestly. I drive them crazy with how much I try to talk to them about
I have no
it.
further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you.
At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
It'll be a short cross exam.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The math.
Well, let's be honest. Many of us are the kind of girl that laugh during scary movies. It takes a certain kind of man for some of us gals.
State Police Crime Lab, you mentioned, is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Mine does
Yes.
too.
And an external review means that experts
For a
from
few minutes.
outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following
Yes,
established
it's
and
cross.
proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with
Bella.
accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation
Plausible
standards for a
deniability.
forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab, is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So
Is it
basically,
really?
you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
You reach maximum capacity there, Catnip?
Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame. we were looking
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. And step down, Ms. Giannetti. I think everybody appreciates it. So. That's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
And that is a wrap, guys.
I will to counsel at sidebar.
Well, except for that part. That's horrible. I feel like almost every hospital has at least one of those kind of stories. It's when they start to add up that you gotta wonder how the hell they're still open. No, they said don't go on social media. Let's see if they're gonna stay on so we get to hear anything. Probably not. Oh, she did? How the hell? Well, at least they know about the previous trial. They already know. Yep, that's it, guys. It is the proverbial fan. Actually, it's the actual fan. Yep. So that's it, guys. I will see you tomorrow at noon Central Standard, or not tomorrow, Monday. Noon Central Standard Time. That's when we have our next day on this. Yep, now it's Fortnite Friday, right? Yep, now we gotta wait till Monday. But don't worry if you guys missed any of today's. It will be on the YouTube in a little while. I just have to download it, then re-upload it. It takes a little bit. So make sure you guys check for that. And if you're watching them on YouTube, if you guys could subscribe and hit those thumbs up, that would be greatly appreciated. Bye, Carla. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for making this a great live. Being great people. Your husband, just text him. I'll tell him when he gets back. Thank you, Parker. All right, bye, guys. Take care.